order at 10:04. Is there any additions?
Mr. Chairman, we have an addition fire update, which we'd like to do in camera.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I do have some, we do have it already, I think, as a road update, but I don't know if we want to talk about it on a separate one, because I do have some requests for information on that. But I can bring that up during the conversation if you're okay with that.
Yeah, in that part too. I've also got some questions too. So, okay, and then there's one other thing. I know utilities isn't here. I just want to ask. We've had a few pressure shortages. I'd like to just after dinner, even if we can have a bit of a update on that, because last night water pressure was down to nothing around Gadsby again. I called people were called out, but it was fixed. But we've had a couple ratepayer concerns going on that too over the last couple of weeks. So if I can put that as a
and with that, Mr. Chair, if there is no others, I will move the motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay. Any other additions? Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. No delegations, no public hearings. 5.1, Council's request for information, a letter to the Government of Alberta Mature Asset Strategy. I had seen we had a note come out from Councillor Stevens in attendance. Just for discussion on that, but I can open that if you want to.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to speak for Councillor Stevens, but he did have a conversation with me about it, and just that the report. I hope I'm conversing what he says or applied to me, was that the report basically from the government is saying that we should use that report to advance our to move the mature asset strategy forward without trying to kill us with it. So
it really wasn't even a report on that. It was more in Bill 28.
Yeah.
When Bill 28 came out, and there's tax issues, and
he must have read the mature asset report.
That's from quite some time ago, though.
Yeah, and that's what he was talking about, and he was basically stating that the government says that it in all honesty, if they go ahead with it, is going to hurt municipalities. They recognize that, and he said in our advocacy opportunities, we should use it to advocate with, because it's their own report. So.
Okay, and did you have your hand up? Okay, I was in a meeting on it with the Premier on Monday, and the Premier answered questions according to how we felt the mature asset strategy should come out. The taxation portion did not come up because it would really fall into the assessment piece more. I believe the PTA, what's it called? That PTAS? Yeah,
property tax accountability strategy.
Yeah. Was supposed to go through on Tuesday. So I don't know if it did get passed or not. And if it went through, then those conversations on the taxation would come to the forefront, because the individuals that RMA had talked to about taxation through municipal affairs really weren't aware of or sure of how things would happen. So it was felt that it needed to be left for a week or two before we pushed it further, just to ensure that what was to be rolled out from cabinet would actually be what municipal affairs was looking at. So it is definitely something, and it's a huge dollar to municipalities. We talked about it briefly after, and if it fell the same structure as what Yvette and I discussed, it's possibly be like the 35% shallow gas. Cypress County would be in the pushing $6 million. Mm-hmm. Yvette?
So the one thing that came out when they did all the material on Bill 28 was that they were going to create a new class in 2027 called the mature asset. So it would be like a linear or power pipeline. It would be a new class, and it'd be mature assets, and these would be for the aging wells. They would have probably their own set of rules on how they're assessed and a whole book of base modifiers on how they're depreciated and what value they're brought in at. That's where we are assuming that they'll be much lower than the typical linear assessment that we see right now on oil and gas. And so that's where we're going to see, as recommended by Ethan Bain, who is the Deputy Minister for Municipal Affairs, told us that that's what we should expect when all of it comes out.
And it might be a broad statement, but I think it's a lot closer to the truth than not to the truth, is every well within the county of Stettler would fall into the mature asset basis. It's 10 BOE or barrel oil equivalent per day or less. And, so that's like a cube and a half, not quite a cube, the cube and a half oil. But if you calculate your gas out that way, most of our wells would fall into that. Councillor Gano?
That reference, Yvette, where can I find that information that you just talked about? Not so much the comment, but around Bill 28 and this contemplation of a new class.
Yeah. So remember I sent out the information that the government had sent out? I'll find it again. But it's kind of weird. You have to go through you have to really read it. That's how I found it. And then all of a sudden on the bottom paragraph, there was a notification that they were going to develop this new asset.
Okay.
But I'll find it for you. And I've got it in my office.
And that
If you'd be kind enough to share that again, thank you.
there is a meeting, like not a lunch and learn, but what do they call those about the webinar
Mhm.
On, I think it's the 25th.
Tomorrow.
Should have been out to everybody the 25th
Tomorrow, yeah.
on Bill 28 also. So that's
Not surprisingly, there's a lot in Bill 28,
Yeah.
so I'm having a hard time finding this piece, but thank you.
Councillor Nyberg?
So, and it was in that mature asset information that Yvette sent out that Mr. Stevens was talking about. It's actually on the Alberta website, so it's an open document. But one of the things that he was highlighting with that was the simple fact that his comment, maybe we weren't bullies after all, because it definitely seems to be impacting us. And the impacts of property tax, there's their words and rationale on an individual municipality can abruptly switch from relatively minor to extreme in the event of one or more companies with large presence in the municipality foregoing their tax payments. So they recognize it, but I think also it's a twofold. If you have if you have a municipality that not only loses their oil company, but then you give a huge break to the other ones, there's going to be some serious effects to it. So.
Also, too, some of the companies that had preliminary folded prior to this coming out, as far as the taxation piece, it was reported. I don't believe we have any in our municipality, but there's municipalities that have things called Bitcoin operations going on some of those wells still. So the chair of the AER was taking that back to hammer down very quickly. So I would suspect there'd been people out that evening looking at sites if they had Bitcoin operations going on. So it's just kind of thumbing their nose at some of these companies at the whole system. And not kind of, they are thumbing their nose at the whole system. Because if they're in foreclosure, they're probably not doing any S reports, so they're not getting paid for any gas. We're not getting paid any royalties on any gas either. So, Councillor Hunter.
How many Bitcoins did you say were in the county of Stettler?
Right now,
There are none that are
they're reported.
that have a permit yet.
Do we have some running?
Huh?
Do you know of some that are running?
Well, I know at least two, but one might have folded up.
Yeah, there's been some on and off, and it's been based on approvals. But
One was south of Erskine, and one was down there by Bill Grover's old place down there, just south of that.
Maybe just follow up, Mr. Hunter,
After
with
the-
the development officer and find out,
we can get some locations to them.
get some locations, because we will follow up on those. There was a handful that have tried to open up, and then when we found out, I mean, yeah, and I'd almost say, Mr. Clark, that it's not necessarily even thumbing their nose at us. They're playing the Wild West out here, and they sneak around and throw up a Bitcoin, and then they move to other, and they know they're supposed to get approval.
Okay,
but
but yeah, I guess maybe
Oh,
they're
I
not-
didn't
maybe
know.
they're not going through the whole process.
it's
but
more of
they
a
are.
middle finger, I think, than it is a thumb.
Okay. Can I get somebody to, I guess, accept that for information?
Just, do we want to write a letter, or what are we, or start on a resolution, or where are we at on that?
I talked to part of the reason I'm late is I was on the phone with Counselor Stevens and said,
I can't imagine that would take you
Yeah.
a long time.
yeah, and said that, I would like to leave it at least for 2 weeks to our next council meeting to see if anything's progressed with PTAC.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So can we make, and in the motion, Councillor Adam, that we move this to our next council meeting?
All right. I'll make that motion that we move it to our next council meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. 5.2, I had that water piece, but we'll leave it later, or do you want me to make the request right now, Beth?
I mean, we could.
Totally up to you.
Okay, I got phoned last night. We had water down in several areas around Gadsby. And I did phone Randy. I didn't follow the proper call procedure, but I did phone Randy. He sent somebody out. They weren't sure what they found, but they got the water back up and going. They didn't know if it was a PSV or a pressure relief valve that was failing, but it was off of what would have been the co-op system and the village of Gadsby. But last week or within the last couple of weeks, there was south of Bothoff, Stettler Rural was showing low water pressure. And there'd been talk from a couple other people in that same area where the pressure had been low. So just want to make sure that utilities is following through with this and making sure that we're not dropping people down. It always seems to happen in the evening too, when people are home.
Just a clarification. So south of Botha, is that off the old Gadsby co-op line that comes along the acreages north of Highway 12 or south
No,
of Highway 12?
south of Highway 12. And it was the piece that was put in. I don't know where it tied in for sure, to be honest. I don't think it tied into the co-op, but over at Forster's and over to Greg Davis's, that direction there, I think it tied into Shirley someplace.
If I may, Mr. Reeb, I can speak somewhat, I guess, briefly to this as we're still working through some of the details. Village of Gadsby last night, when utility staff got to the site, it had already basically fixed itself to the point. We believe that there could be an electrical solenoid that's causing an issue. We have staff out there today troubleshooting through the system to make sure it is still functional, it's still working, but we're trying to see exactly what had happened and be able to trace through there. In regards to the pressure drop on that line down south of Botha, Gadsby area, we are putting together a package list of concerns we have when we're feeding from different directions. So whether we have the feed from the town of Stettler open at the Botha metering station and are feeding east that way, or if we're feeding through the Shirley to backfeed and fill those locations, we're basically going to conduct the system analysis to show exactly what we see where and when, and then we'll be able to take that information and review it. I have set up that meeting and talked with both CAO Cassidy and with manager Randy Schmelnick, Utilities and Environmental Services, so that we can basically pinpoint what's going on and why it's happening. And then if we do intend to move forward with system modifications to ensure that it's not, or if we basically support the fact of they are receiving their allocated flow rates at that pressure. So are we going to maintain that when purchased, you are receiving that gallon a minute, and it's owner responsibility to have a reservoir and pressure system set up to maintain pressure at all times? Or are we going to try to modify the system and have that pressure maintained going into those homes?
Yeah, from what I understood from some taps, we'd have been at minimum pressure or below. So it,
Yeah, I think those ones out there, I think what Greg's referring to is the ones that are coming off that pressure shack
yeah,
house. And the town of Stettler has prior stated that, their reservoir levels are coming down because of the feed. And then we had a problem, so we were back feeding off of Shirley McClellan. But those guys that are on that first leg, they've been getting like urban type pressure on their line. If we change that level of service, want to make sure that they're well aware of it. Also want to have a conversation with the town of Stettler so that they know what we're looking at, what their needs are, what, if they're having issues with levels in their reservoirs, if this would help or doesn't. So there's a lot of work, I think, still that needs to be done.
that would be isolated to that line between Stettler and Botha.
Mhm.
Yesterday's service though,
Wasn't on that line.
the fate, no, and it was what was the co-op and what was the village.
Mhm.
And I did talk to one of the ratepayers on the Gatsby Phase 1,
Mhm.
and but they're coming right off the Shirley line. They had no problems last
Yeah.
night. So it was whatever it was happened right
Okay.
within there. And I thought it was all tied together that shouldn't happen the last we went through it, Greg. So it's just a little concerning that it can happen in the one spot like that. But I just don't want us to be getting into boil water activities and things like that.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So if you're following up with that, I certainly accept that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll finish off all of our investigation and our report work, and then we can bring that back and have it for distribution through council. So for your information and then we're going to have basically direction going forward as to what we need to do to ensure that we have back end safeguards on this.
Okay, yeah, because water's been, how did Bymore and Indian, we kept everything within the hamlets going, we just had to shut down the truck fills?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And that was 2 breaks on that line?
There's 2 breaks. The other one still hasn't been fixed, but it's starting to cause some difficulty for not only us, but Henry Kruger. So Starland's going to have to get their act together and get that leak fixed.
The first break was not ours either, though. It was with the city of Drummers.
Yeah,
maybe?
I think the one that that I notified you guys about the other night was that was Henry Kruger that looked after that one, so it got fixed immediately. But the one coming through Starland is starting to cause some havoc because our Craig Mile station is at our pumps are running at fire flow, which that shouldn't be. Yeah.
They're pumps, but it would indicate that they do have a
Major.
fairly significant loss in pressure somewhere, and that they'd be losing a lot of water, and that seems to be what the Henry Kruger Commission is now a little concerned about.
Luckily, both of these, there's not spraying going on, because that would have picked it up immediately. And probably our reservoirs in those places would have been drained, by the time everybody knew that we had no water too.
Yeah, I mean, relatively, we're in that time of year when there is some spraying going on, but it's been reduced due to the
Yeah.
fact of the weather conditions, and we aren't seeing cattle producers having to water out of
No.
our stations as well. So
Sure. Can I get somebody, do you have something else, Yvette, or you were? Okay. I don't know if you're gonna,
I just the breakfast. It's just frustrating that these leaks. Starland's just having hell isolating this leak. They thought they had it isolated, and they'd started to dig, and it was all groundwater. So I don't know what's going on, but hopefully they get it figured out pretty quick.
I'll accept the report for information. Thank you.
all in favor? And that's carried. New business, Buffalo Lake Meadows lease agreement for park improvements, page 3 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let Craig speak to this one.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. Good morning, members of council. This is a follow-along item that goes from a 2024 decision to grant funds to Buffalo Lake Meadows Community Association to build improvements on a piece of county land, municipal reserve parcel within their subdivisions. At the time, this is one of 3 grant applications that was approved back in 2024. The other 2 projects moved through. This project, all those other 2 projects got their lease agreements in place. This one's doing catch up because we had some issues around the complexity of the project that they were building. It was a asphalt pad compared to a picnic structure, which was a little bit easier, and also some questions around insurance. So that's why it's a little bit of a 2-year delay on why it's coming back for consideration by council for a sign off. The lease itself looks at the facilities that were built at the Buffalo Lake Meadows Municipal Reserve site, and that includes a picnic shelter, of an existing sand volleyball court, and an asphalt sports pad for pickleball or ball hockey or what have you. The county provided grant funding out of the Buffalo Lake Municipal or South Shore Municipal Reserve Fund, and that was used to match and leverage an additional around $97,000 of funds from the provincial government, and then sweat equity and contributions from the community. So a good example of a partnership to build assets that are available for the community association locally, but also for the ratepayers and general public for the county. And that's what the lease speaks to. It speaks to the fact that these assets were built and are operated by and owned by the community association, but they're on county land, and the association has the right to use them when they're scheduling them, has the obligation to maintain them, has the obligation to insure them, but the overall space is also available for general public use. So the lease does run for a 10-year period with an option for a renewal for another 10. And of course, after that point, it would probably be a new lease arrangement being discussed between the association and the county. The assets don't transfer to the county unless there's a termination of the lease, or so either in 10 years or in 20 years if the second 10-year clause is activated. The obligation is on the Buffalo Lake Meadows Association, Buffalo Lake Meadows Owners Association, to maintain insurance. But given that this is a public asset, public use, they would continue to qualify as one of our additional named insured with RMA. And so that's what we had to sort out over the course of the last year and a bit. And finally, I don't think there actually is much more interesting things about a lease. It has been prepared in consultation with all three leases were prepared in consultation with the community associations. And if council's accepting of the terms and conditions, we'll get it out to a Buffalo Lake Meadows Homeowners Association for signatures, and then on we go for the first 10-year period.
Councilor Gano?
So signage, there wouldn't be a sign, it would say public or no sign, but there wouldn't be a sign restricting the public?
Correct. We don't actually address. It's one of our issues we probably have to look at the coming year. We don't assign civic addresses or identification sign at very many places on our open space. So you kind of just come in the neighborhood and then here's this big green space with the facilities that show up. There's no sign that says County of Stettler, Buffalo Lake Meadows Community Park or something like that.
Thank you.
Councilor Nyberg?
So, Mr. Chair, and through to administration on this one, I know we've had discussions about our NI and ANIs now. Is that going to affect these folks going forward? Because we had talked about, there was a number of, I guess, pathways we were going to take. Did we settle on what we were going to do with these additional insured?
Not yet. They completed the second open house with RMA representatives last night and some of our ANIs. So as we complete the work that RMA requested, then I think council will have the opportunity to make an informed decision.
So I guess my question then is, are they fully aware that there may be an insurance change come forward? Or do we continue to insure some? Like, this is a public, I mean, this is really, other than somebody else really looking after it with our guidance, this is public space owned by us. So I mean, it kind of folds in under it. But I guess I'm a little confused on how the insurance was. I just don't want them going, yeah, we're in for 10 years and then, a year into it, we pull the insurance rug out from underneath them. So
You've got a Councilor Gano?
To follow up on Councillor Nyberg, this agreement doesn't bind us to provide insurance, does it?
Reeve Clark, it does not. It binds the community association to provide insurance.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Councilor Gano. With that though, too, as being like we have a lot of other properties like this, Councilor Nyberg, that could be arenas or whatever that are on our land that basically is leased back to those groups. So we have to be careful how we look at that too on our lease agreements too.
well, and I'm okay with that. I guess is in my idea here is I just want to be full transparency, because if we go and we bind them to an insurance program, and then a year later we say, but we're not going to help you with it anymore, it sure makes us look disingenuous. That's all I'm concerned about. I just want to make sure that they're clear that that may go forward. And I know the situation. This is our property, and that's what I was saying. I mean, when somebody walks in our front door, we cover the insurance, but however, we are the ones covering the insurance on this, but not necessarily looking after and make sure that everything is properly up to code, as it were, right?
I have another question back to Craig. Craig, on this too, what's happens, like they are fully aware that this is public space?
They are. It mentions it several times in the agreement.
Yes.
So they do get some exclusive use of rights. That's why we're using a lease instead of a maintenance agreement. So if they, let's say, want to schedule a weekend tournament using the asphalt pad for ball hockey, that would be legitimate under this lease to say for that period of time, the public can't just show up and play ball hockey. We're using it for our tournament. But then any other time when they're not doing that, if the public just wants to show up and have a drop-in game or use the picnic shelter, that's the part they have to accommodate. So
And as long as they're, I know it's mentioned, as long as they're fully aware of that, because as we build them in these communities, I could see having conflict on that too.
I'm ready to move this.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that the County of Stettler, number 6, into a lease agreement with Buffalo Lakes Meadows Owners Association for a portion of Lot 38 MR Block 1 for the purpose of constructing and operating a community event area.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Walker's opposed. Carried. 7.2, request for decision, ACP Centerline Painting Program, page 15 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, would you like to speak to this one?
Thank you, CAO Cassie. Actually, I'm going to have Manager of Engineering and Facilities, Andrew Phillips, take care of this.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, Reeve and Council. Administration has identified numerous hard surface roads where the current roadway markings have severely deteriorated over time. An important tool in roadway safety is visible signage and markings, as we all know. As MCON will be in the area, it would be beneficial both from a transportation safety and financial standpoint to have it completed in 2026. Operations is recommending that Council consider approving $12,000 for line painting for 2026.
Okay. Any questions for Andrew? Councillor Gano?
Where was this budgeted before this occurred? Like, was it next year? Was it usually buried, I guess, in other activities? Shouldn't.
Honestly, we've been kicking it down the road for the last 3 years. It's one of those items that we keep pulling off the budget. I guess this is the beauty of having reserves. That because it is half price, if we were to get it done while they're in the area, we could pull from a reserve and get it done.
Thank you.
Councillor Nyberg? Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Oh, what?
Councillor Nyberg, may I ask what reserve you would like us to take that out? Yeah. I think there was a recommendation that it maybe comes out of, but it could come out of either operations, and at the end of the year, if there isn't enough, we could take it out of general, or in the past, especially when it has to do with safety, within the county of Stettler, we have pulled from the Rural Development Fund.
I'm not in favor of rural development. This is our infrastructure, so out of general.
Okay. Good with that. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Seven 7.3, request for decision sponsorship of pasture rejuvenation project, page 17. Package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Rob is going to speak to this one. There he is.
Great. Good morning. Yeah, as discussed at our Ag Service Board meeting, we're looking at having a pasture rejuvenation workshop, and we're trying to align it with Open Farm Days and partner with the Stettler Ag Society. And right now, if we don't end up doing it on Open Farm Days, if there's scheduling conflicts or whatever, it could cost us potentially about $1,500 to put that on. If we can do it in partnership with the Ag Society, then there's a grant available, but it's just, we wanted like alternative options to see if we went forward with it either way, depending on scheduling, because there was a demand for it. So we're just bringing it forward to have that $1,500, I guess, approved if we want the alternative or not. So.
Councillor Hunter?
And that will come out of your budget?
Yeah, and it's, we have enough money budgeted for it.
Okay.
It won't be over budget at all. It's just general workshops and things, but.
I'll make a motion. We move that.
Okay. Any questions, concerns?
Just within the budget, or this is a new
Uh,
where did it come from, I guess? Was it in the budget, or is this a new addition to the budget? 'Cause I don't remember us doing that. Typically, we did stuff with Battle River Research Group, if that was extension stuff.
Yeah, like we budgeted for this in our workshops, like
Oh.
that there was a potential for it. So we're not, yeah.
It's part of the workshop budget. I'm
Yeah.
good with that. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.4, request for decision, herbicide budget amendment, page 19 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Rob and Krista are going to present this so that we can make sure that you understand the intent
So
of what's going on. So whichever one of you wants to start.
You may as well start.
perfect. Yeah, so I know this one comes up kind of like the Swedish chef from the Muppets or whatever. When you start to follow along, it's a little hard. But basically, when we put forward our budget for 2026 herbicide, the budget looks at like our cash outlay, what were we going to spend this year? So what would impact our bottom line in 2026? And now what I'm basically requesting is to use up inventory that was purchased previously. So when you do that, it'll end up reflecting on our budget this year as I use it and pull it out of inventory. But when we do our cash flow adjustments at the end of the year, because it isn't new money spent, this was spent in like 23, 24, 25, it'll zero out. So my cash, expense for the year will be under that 130,000 that I originally planned for, but it is going to show up as a budget line with brackets around it looking like I have gone over, because until we do that cash flow adjustment at the end of the year, it will technically be more consumed in 2026. So we were just trying to be transparent with what we're actually doing, because it will look a little bit odd.
So, Mr. Chair, what I'm understanding is you just want to take some chemical out of inventory.
Right.
You're going to use up some of the stuff we already have. I'm cool with that. And that would have been great in the memo.
Any other questions or comments?
It's in there.
Yeah, now it makes sense because it sounded like you were putting more in. I did just, it is. You were putting more into inventory, and yet you were taking out of inventory is how I read it in the
Okay.
package here. So I was really confused, but now when you say, well, it's already there and you're pulling it, so it'll just reflect that.
Right.
I'm okay with that now.
I might have put this together in a bit of a rush, so sorry.
It made sense when we read it 4 times.
Councillor Gano?
I'd like to make a motion. The County of Stettler, number 6, approve the additional expenditure of previously purchased inventory of $90,000.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried.
That was easy. Nice job, guys.
Okay, agenda items. 8.1 memo tax inquiry open house, page 21 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. But we were kind of trying to brainstorm a little bit And of course, we do try to get out and do some public consultation every year. Nikki brought this to us. I think it's a great idea. Lacombe County did it. But to get people out for public engagement, unless there's something that they want to talk about or there's a burning issue, sometimes they tend not to show up. We have had a lot of inquiries about taxes, and especially with the requisitions going up as much as they did this year. We thought this might be an opportunity for us to have an open house, have like a council and a coffee, and for people to come into the office and talk to you guys. And then administration would be here to help you with any questions that may get raised. And also Kevin, our assessor, from Wild Rose, would also be present.
So would that give people a chance to talk to Kevin one-on-one, or is that a lot longer term? They just set appointments up or something?
Yes, so Nikki can probably add to this, but when we advertise it, we're going to ask for people that want one-on-one with the assessor to make an appointment, and then Kevin would be here to deal with it.
Anything else to add, Nikki?
Yes, Reeve Clark, just that if they have general questions, we'll schedule 20-minute slots with Kevin. But if it gets in depth, he'll have to reschedule them to come back to get further inquiry. But for the most part, most of the answers can be made with a brief consultations if they pre-schedule, because he'll be able to pull their information and sort of be ready for it as well.
Okay. Councillor Gano and then Councillor Nyberg.
I hadn't put up my hand, but I was going to, so I'll
Oh,
take
no,
my-
you were quivering there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Reeve Clark.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reeve Clark.
Moving mosquitoes.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about it, but I noticed. Anyways, I'll go ahead. I have a few questions. Any costs to the ratepayer to sit with the assessor?
No.
Okay. Timing wise, why July and not maybe a little later? I know there's folks that want to sit with us right now. I'm just wondering about availability of.
So Kevin's on holidays and we'll be back on July 14th. So we're trying to work into his schedule. Also, we want to have this opportunity prior to when the cutoff date is for appeals, and that's in August.
Okay, thank you. That's important information. And does council generally book like open houses, and would this take that place so there wouldn't be kind of doubling up?
Yes.
Okay. And the appointment with are we taking appointments with the counselor? So if someone wanted to book a meeting with Councillor Nyberg, would they do that, or would they just show up and then they'd have an opportunity to sit with James in a room here somewhere? How would logistics work?
I'm pretty open, but I think I'll defer that to Nikki. Did you have any ideas on that?
Normally for a council open house, we have all the councillors who are available to attend for the evening in the room, and the public would come and speak individually to who they wanted to in that general setting. But definitely if council would like a different format, we can investigate different format options for whatever your needs are and the public's needs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just depending on the topic, that might be the same thing as the assessor too. Would have to have it'd be a meeting booked to a later date. in order.
The assessor will be separate.
I know, but
because
I'm just saying that it would be very similar to what we're doing with the assessors. Certain topics might have to be another meeting set up, less general and more specific if they want. Councillor Nyberg?
So is this an over and above? I know we have a contract with Wild Rose, right? Is Wild Rose, they still call them Wild Rose? Yeah. So is this going to cost us an extra amount of money, or is this part of the contract allotted money?
This would be part of the service that they provide for us, and just gives them an opportunity to engage the public instead of sitting down and making individual phone calls.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just so that I'm clear, you see the format as an open house. We would have in the real world, we would have all the councillors show up at this open house. Is that the idea?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay. And then a bunch of staff as well.
Yes.
Okay. I like the idea. Don't get me wrong. I do believe that's a good idea. I know we have currently, if you have a tax issue, phone the back number and they will set up an appointment and review your assessment notice. That being said, in the past, and I hate to be the guy that's always in the past, but we've done budgets where I think we had 2 people show up and they were at the wrong meeting that one time. So I'm just not sure if we're going to get the buy-in, but I'm not saying that we don't try. We got to try something. I've tried nothing and nothing works. No, I think we need to try something. But so,
Any other questions? Councillor Gano?
Are we looking for a motion then to move ahead with this? Is that the
It-
best way to do this?
We just wanted to consult with you to see if you're open, number one, to doing it, and then hopefully setting a date.
I'll make a motion that administration arrange a meet the assessor / counselor meeting for the latter part of July. Does that suffice?
That's great.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
8.2 memo, second quarter road report update, page 23 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we'll start, maybe Greg, did you want to present this memo? This is an update. And then we'll just carry on.
Sounds good. Thank you, CAO Cassidy. So council had requested at the last council meeting a list of priority roads for this year and for next that operations deemed to be our direction to rejuvenate and take shoulder work on. So as you can see in that memo, this year we have worked on Range Road 19-5 Tower Road, 1.5 miles north. That is completed. There is still a little bit of brushing left to do and some ditch right-of-way cleanup in that location. The brushing we will finish this fall, and if the weather allows, we'll do the remainder of the reclamation work there. Range Road 20-3, the Liberal Road, there was 3.5 miles north of Highway 12 to Township Road 39-4. That will be wrapped up, weather dependent, this week. Should be finished up with maybe just a little bit of light work in the right-of-way to be completed after that. Township Road 39-2, 3 miles east of Highway 56 to Range Road 19-1. This is the road that we have started working on. It was brought to my attention that there was a little bit of surprise when we did start working on it so quickly. Just to be clear with council, what we had was we did have a mechanical issue with the grader that the disc was on that was working on Liberal Road. So while that was being diagnosed, we jumped into 39-2 to waste very little time and to make things happen. Currently, we will be turning to 39-2 Friday, weather dependent, to push in some more work. I can touch on that a little bit more further into the memo and the discussion. As well, this year we will shoot to do the 30 miles of light shoulder lip removal with the disc. So that'll be identifying roads that require the light shoulder lip removal. And we'll be completing that with that disc as well. Grader operators have been shown and notified as to ways that we can reduce the water that is remaining on the road during heavy weather events in other locations that will work to remove that water and allow us some time to get there with the shoulder maintenance program. Is there any questions from council in regards to those locations that we plan to work on this year?
Councillor Gano?
Just wondering if regarding Tower and Liberal, how with the recent weather events, how they fared, if there's any comments from yourself around how that worked out.
Myself and staff throughout last weekend when we had the rain, heavy at times, we were traveling on roads. Basically, the roads that we worked on with that and that we've worked with the shoulder lip remover, also like Airport Road, traveling south here from the county admin building, they're all draining really well. We're seeing improved draining on those roads, which is leading us down exactly where we were hoping to be. And the fact that we're seeing a lot less surface damage done to those roads when we have extended periods of rain, as we've seen twice now, end of May, middle of June. And again, we're looking to see some more moisture coming up at the end of this week. So they are performing well.
Thank you.
Questions? I know you have questions, Councillor Nyberg. Do you have?
Well, I mean, as a policy goes, you're tested when it's challenged, and our roads have definitely been challenged. So we found where we've been lacking a little bit. Where I have some concerns, and there's in my area, the Warden Road, and I know for some reason, I'm not sure, the Warden Road from the end of our pavement to the back of the Stewart Wynn Road, high traffic, heavy road, but I don't know if it got on the high traffic road list to get graded multiple times. Then there's something not being done there because it hasn't been graded for a very long time. I would like to know when the last time you graded it. If that's the case, then I need to get some information to my people so that I can follow up. We did have a dangerous road complaint on there. And I think we should have left the signs up because I don't think the patch worked. There was some issues that, again, came to my attention, unfortunately. I don't drive the roads unless I am out working or doing something in the area. So I rely heavily on my ratepayers to contact me to get this information in. And when I have individuals that are typically not individuals that call on a regular basis, I have a tendency to listen a little bit stronger to those because there is something of major concern. So the two roads, the other one is the 222s off Highway 11 south, the water treatment road. There's been issues in the past, and I'm not sure they've been addressed. And the problem that I guess that I'm seeing with it, and I apologize, I wasn't here at the last meeting that you guys had a fulsome discussion on roads, was, yeah, we can grade these roads again, and they'll look good while it's dry, but we get water again, and it destroys the road. I mean, and then we're back to that cycle. So I think we need to figure out a fix of how we can somehow determine that these individual roads that are giving us grief, how we get attention to them. And the other one is then 22-1. Consequently, they may be the farthest away from our shop in my ward. So I know that it's a painstaking task to get to them, but I think we still have to get to them. I can say, once we grade it, it looks like it's got lots of gravel, but then when we get water, it turns to it's slush again, right? So at the end of the day, I have some roads that we definitely made some marked improvement on. One of them, what we 38 2 or 4, I'm not sure which one it is, the Stevens Road. We call it the Stevens Road.
38-0.
Yeah, thank you. We put some inch and a half, tightened it up. Beautiful road, I tell you what. There's still a couple of spots, but it's definitely holding up well. And then the Anderson Road, same thing. Again, but now when I have the same or another road the same time over and over complaints, that's when I have an issue. I'm having, and let's face it, you know what it is, and it runs downhill. And so I'm getting it, so I'm passing it on. And like I said, when it becomes somebody that isn't typically, like we all have those individuals that call regularly about little items, but when it is somebody that calls unregularly, there's an issue. So
Thanks, Reeve Clark, through to Councillor Nyberg. So I can make a couple of comments here. Warden Road, what we've seen in Warden Road, the patch did work. We did have phone calls and concerns over the material that was utilized. I did speak to every ratepayer that did contact the County of Stettler in regards to that material. I did relate to them that it has been discussed with council, and that 1.5-inch material is what we will use to patch these locations where there is issues and concerns. And what we saw with Warden Road this last rain was what we've seen in so many of our roads, that we've had those early issues in the spring, like 38-0 east of 850, where the patchwork's great, but we transfer the water and the soft spots and the pressures on that road further down the road. And so you see it's basically transitioning further down the road. So operations intention is with whether it's participation, when it does dry a little bit and we can get that patch material worked in, we will work in further 1.5 inch, a greater distance on Warden Road, and pack it in and get it to firm up, much like we did in some of those other locations that we were seeing, that where it was the transition of that soft spot moving down. I can pull up the last time we were maintaining that road and get that information to you at lunch or something like that as well, if that works. Range Road 21-1 or 22-1, 22-2. They are probably the furthest roads in your ward to the west. We did have greater maintenance on those roads June 16th, 15th and 16th. I know that because I was backgrounding that information to discuss with ratepayers in the area. I've also discussed the idea of what we need to work on in that area. It's not specifically full graveling, but we do have spots on the knolls and certain areas that need that patchwork gravel. And a lot of this patchwork gravel we see coming up because we have received the quantity of moisture that we have this month that we haven't had for relatively quite a few years. So we do see those weak spots pushing up into our roads. It's not uncommon, and we're getting after it in a timely manner. And I mean, I just would like to relay through to council, every phone call that comes in, both from council and from ratepayers, is cataloged in that I receive and that the staff is receiving. I'm cataloging them. Volumes tend to increase after we have weather events like we've seen, but we do get back to them and we do give them information that supports what we're doing, how we're moving forward. That information doesn't always get relayed and put into our ratepayer request port, but we are getting there. We are getting that information relayed into there, so it does allow for council to be able to see that. We are making enough phone calls and enough visits and site visits and things throughout the days that when we get in at the evening, we tend to just hold off and we'll put those in tomorrow. So they will be updated and they are being updated as we speak. So in regards to 22-1, 22-2, we've been out in those areas. We've traveled those roads. We've got a plan in place for the patchwork that needs to be done, and we'll carry forward on that.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, I need that information because I'd like to get back. And I do believe this is a symbiotic relationship, that I don't want to be telling a ratepayer something different than our Public Works is telling the ratepayer, and without me being in the loop of the knowledge of what's the plan to go forward. So 22-2 has been an issue for a very, very long time. We've graded that road and that's been the fix, and I'm letting Public Works know that's not working. Okay, this hasn't been an issue just this year. It's been an issue for the last 6-7 years. There was a young lady that phoned me 2 years ago with very light rain, and she was almost crying because she was going to work. I took her very serious. I went out. I think I took pictures of my truck and showed a vet what we were dealing with there. I truly believe that I support Public Works heavily, but I need the information to be able to do that properly. The Warden Road, I'm going to tell you, is a safety issue. There should be right now signs on there that there is a safety concern on that road. I drove it this morning and I can show you pictures. There's a large truck coming and neither one of us could move out of the way. I stopped and let him pass. That's a one pass road right now. And it's got to be one of the widest roads in our entire portfolio. So it's, yeah, it needs attention. Like I said, the information has to flow both ways. I don't think that we're doing that. Maybe the 1.5 inches and we lay it down and then we drop the kilometers on these roads, the speed limit. Maybe it's for the time that the 1.5 inches on there, we drop it down to 50 or 40 kilometers an hour. I don't know. Maybe we look at a whole across the board. Maybe we look at dropping our speed limit on our roads, right? I don't know. But I think there needs to be a real solid look at this because the roads that we fixed, I think, are doing okay, but we need to figure out, we just can't come back to the same problem over and over again. If this was a different issue, if it's in a different area, I would understand that. I kind of get that there's going to be spots that creep up. This one, and I am very, very, very frustrated because I have dealt with this. I'm done dealing with it. I need it fixed. So I can't impress that enough. I'm tired of getting the phone calls on that one. So, yeah.
Greg?
If I may, Reeve Clark. So, I mean, this is one that we can basically, through our road tour coming up, council can come for a drive. We can take a road tour drive on that. And we can determine if that's a priority that council wants to move forward on in that regard.
To that end, Mr. Chair, the priority is pissing me off. I'm sorry. I've got a road that nobody travels on and it got well graded or well graveled this year. And I'll be honest, that royally pissed me off because all my neighbors looked at what we call the dump road and it got a butt ton of gravel. And I'll tell you what, that's what pisses people off because they see that happen on a road that gets very little traffic on it. And then you see, and again, it pisses me off when we see that we're grading frickin' laneways and we have the roads in the condition that we're in. I'm sorry, in a weather event, laneways get put at the back of the road.
I'll answer. Just part of that's two different topics. I did question the laneways, and a lot of that is just timing of getting the ratepayer concerns closed. Is that they were answering ratepayer concerns and they weren't being closed. So it was not that they were happening at the same time, Councillor Nyberg. They were.
I could follow the dates, and 5 days to get your laneway graded is pretty great service.
Right.
Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Nyberg. I guess to reply to your comment in regards to priorities, the graveling that was done, you discussed that earlier this season with us. That was done on the road that you felt as though nobody travels. We utilized that road for reasons in the spring to gravel, absolutely. Those reasons I can discuss with you. What we did was we utilized that road in the fact that we're certain that there is going to be somewhat light traffic on that road. And when we had new operators working in our graveling program, we want to ensure that when we take them out and we certify them to be ready to go to work, that they have the skills, that they understand the equipment, they understand our process and our procedures. That's a great job, great work, great road for it. That's why that road was picked for that task.
That's the first I've heard that. That's the first time that I've heard that was
Mr. Reeve, if I could finish.
Yeah, finish, please.
Thank you. If the discussion of the day-to-day function of operations, public works, egg services, et cetera, things like that, if that is a question that you need to pose specifically, I somewhat feel as though we've got a lot of work going on. If I was going to update council on every single operation and task that we're going to conduct on a day-to-day basis, right through to ensuring that each employee is going to be operating equipment in a safe and manner, there might be a point where council says, okay, whoa, that's enough. At the same time, a list of priorities is a list of priorities. We have our priority list that we feel as though there's been opportunities for discussion many times. At council's discretion, council's direction, we can change those priorities. In regards to the laneway plowing, This is a service that is paid for. There is a fee that is associated with that service. I've mentioned it many times to council that when you place a fee on a service, that relays in from a ratepayer that they expect a level of service that when they pay for something, that it doesn't get pushed off the back burner. Those laneways were completed when we had time, and as well when the high traffic routes had been maintained previous to an upcoming weather event. There was no concern or issue that the time that it would take to take care of those 2 laneways was in any way causing any issues, safety concerns, or trouble in the roads in any other way.
Say Costi.
The high traffic roadways were developed by council and administration. They're meant to be tweaked. And if the Warden Road, can't remember, I haven't looked at them in a while. If Warden Road's not on there, I think that section that you're talking about probably needs to be on there because I pass them every day. It gets a pile of traffic. These other 2 roads, it's kind of a sandy clay mix out there because it's what goes in front of my place, and they get hard and they work really well. But sometimes if you don't get the lips off the side of them, which we do know, we have that problem, and we've got a plan to get at it. But my guess is they're probably holding some moisture, and that's why when they do get even a little bit of rain, they turn pretty snotty. So we'll get on that right away, and we'll get them assessed.
Councillor Nyberg and then Councillor Gano.
So, Mr. Chair, the road that was in question, we did a road study a few years ago, and we were asked as council back then to see what roads we could take off the road plan. That was one of the roads that I definitely identified. We even put up a sign that it was a seasonal road. The information that we're utilizing it as a training facility or training opportunity would be good for me to know so that I can have that opportunity to have the conversation with the ratepayer when they say, WTF, are you graveling this road and not taking care of the ones that are out there? I get it. Again, I want to reiterate to both council and to Public Works that I have always been and always will be a strong supporter of the work that we do, and I back the guys and the gals that are running our equipment. So in no way, shape, or form am I discounting that, but it sure be happy. I should be happier if I had some ammunition to help back them.
Councillor Gano.
Just planning, and I can appreciate we've had these weather events. So dust abatement work as well as 19.3. If the weather cooperates, when are you hoping to get to those activities?
We followed up with dispatch. Lacombe County was leading previous to us. They were put back. So we should have delivery next week.
You're talking about of the
MG30 project, yep.
And 19.3, just that larger project that we've changed the scope here a few times, much to my chagrin. But whereabouts do you think you'll get to that? I see we had some ratepayers call.
Yeah, so 19.3, we will be working on, initially with the MG30, we'll be doing ratepayer paid locations.
Yes.
We'll be getting those done first. 19.3 would be then a priority after that. So barring any weather issues or concerns, probably the week after next, we'll be able to complete that.
And I do have just another follow-up. Andrew, could you roll this report a little bit? Oh, thank you. There was a description of work here. Just down a little further. Oh, it was other way. Yeah. So thank you for this, providing this kind of order of work. What I was thinking about was, do we have necessarily like a work procedure that this is what we do?
Is this like a process or a procedure?
A policy, what have you, and where I was going is, is someone out, it feels a bit like we're experimenting, I don't know. And is there a municipality, what have you, that have done this work? They have a policy, a procedure in place that we're replicating. And if not, and that's okay. at some point, would it be reasonable that we write this down in a document?
Right. So no, unfortunately, so much of the time when we're rejuvenating roads or we're working into roads, it's a little bit at times like Pandora's box. You don't know exactly what you're getting into until you open up the surface. This road, held a couple of those little items for us as we got working into it. So each time, I mean, you modify the process, you would follow very much the same path, but you may be able to shorten or remove certain points of that path along the way, depending on what you encounter in the road surface, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
so would, and am I rephrasing this right? That the operator, the person doing the work, they get to a certain spot and there's a decision to made? They
Yes.
make this, so
Correct.
to me, it's a bit like a flow chart.
Yep.
I'm not trying to simplify anything. I'm just wondering if that resource is available for the staff and you to use to kind of follow along how you get to these decisions.
Right. So that isn't specifically written down. It's not in print. It's a process that basically we're following when we set forth what we're planning to achieve and the goal on a road surface. This is what we're going to do leading into that process. And then as we encounter certain things, sometimes the design on site is what then takes over. Decisions are made and we move through it at that fashion.
So as we gain more experience, and I too am hopeful that this works. It might be important to write it down. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
No, I appreciate those comments.
Counselor Hunter?
I got to what, noon?
No, really, no.
I think you guys are doing a great job. As long as I see some, us improving on moving ahead, I think a lot of my ratepayers would be, that's what they want to hear. Like, they don't expect it done in a year or two. Though I did kind of want Linda Hall done this year, but I guess I don't get my way all the time.
As you can see, it is the start of Linda Hall is scheduled for next year.
Yeah. What about, I might not get this road right, 40-2, Justin's Road?
40-4? That's the one that he'd like added on, 40-4?
Is it 40-4?
White Sands Road.
White Sands Road?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's really bad.
His comments, and I wrote them down, I was going to bring them up, but he would like them put on the list, but more towards the end, because we do have a request sitting with Alberta Transportation from White Sands to turn it into an urban access road.
Right.
So basically, why would the county go out and spend a lot of work and a lot of money to basically rejuvenate the road when the province could be taking it over? But in a couple of years or a year and a half, if we're not seeing that kind of progress, then the road definitely needs to be narrowed up and the crown built up on it and it draining better.
I know when he had to put a truck in four-wheel drive in that bad weather that there's something, and knowing him, I'm pretty sure he knows how to drive pretty good. So I took his word for it, and I drove it only one day, and it was bad. Something
Very,
like that.
very flat.
Huh?
It's very flat.
20-1 to where was that?
Power Road?
Have I got the right road past John Deere there, like Lagoon, that
20.
Correct.
nobody uses?
Yeah.
Is it 20-1?
I believe so.
Any ideas kind of where that would slate in? Not my area, sorry, Al.
We are working on a price to put geo in that on some sections of that road, and I'm assuming we did get a ratepayer complaint in, and Greg did
Yeah.
speak with Andrew, and I'm assuming those are the spots.
Are we getting help to foot that bill?
We don't know yet. Yeah. Well,
No, I do, like, I like where we're going. I haven't drove the 39-2 yet, or I haven't went back to the Liberal Road.
there's still a mile left on the Liberal Road.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's they didn't finish it because they were having trouble with a reclaimer. That was my error. I apologize. I just
In order.
kind of sitting in the gallery assumed that it was done when they moved, but the grader was in the shop, and then when they got it repaired, it went out to 39 too. So we will finish that.
So what are we gonna do with that 40-4? Are you gonna put it in something
40-4,
or,
that'll be the one that sits
right, oh yeah, right.
Operates.
because the-
Yeah.
with the results of ATs.
I
Yeah.
mean, council can change that direction, but those were the comments from Councillor Stevens this morning, just that there is that application into.
Yeah, okay, no, yeah,
AT.
that's correct. I
Yeah.
remember that now.
And just as a further, we do have an agreement in that road, so we will continue to maintain it.
Yeah.
And we will be actually patching peak locations where we saw the worst of that damage done to the road and where it got quite slippery. We'll be patching and adding aggregate to that road as required due to our maintenance, normal maintenance anyways.
And is 39-2 done?
39.2 is currently still under the first
Okay,
mile list.
I heard it was done and I didn't think it was, but
No, it's not complete. You may have wondered if it was done by the traffic that's not
moving
adhering to the
signs.
barricades and driving it anyways, but it's not complete.
I do have one other question, is when we cut that lip we got in the roads or some of the places, and I don't know if this is possible, can they do that gradually? Like say you got to cut a foot out of it. Can they do like 2 inches this time, 2 inches that? I don't know if that's possible or if that's being discussed, something like that or not. I don't know.
Depending on the depth of your lip, like what we're looking at,
Yeah.
what we're seeing for discrepancy. What we would do is basically with that disc reclaimer, you'll take the edge of the road to the crown or the break of the shoulder to the ditch. That's the area that you're going to want to work with. So that basically then you're allowing for that water a free path right to where your crown and it will run away from the road surface and into your ditch as it needs to be. So doing it 2 inches at a time, a lot of the time is only going to move your problem just 2 inches. If depending on the shoulder construction and the depth of the lip or the issue on the side of the road, to get that water to leave as it needs to be, you got to get it to that crown or that crest where it leaves the road top and,
Yeah.
and flows down to the ditch.
Are we going to be, have you guys talked about it? I remember we talked about in council that bring that shit up on the road and let the phone the councilors if there's any problem with the sod on the road.
Basically, that's going to be somewhat like I was discussing with Councillor Gano, and the fact that we'll look at it. If there's material to be brought onto the road that's worthwhile bringing onto the road, we can do that. Otherwise, I mean, we're going to be a little bit stingy on what we bring onto the roads. And again, depending on the distance that we have to get to that, if we've got like some of our shoulders, you have maybe 12 to 18 inches that we need to remove, that material can easily be just cut right off, brought into the surface material and incorporated. Whereas if you're looking at some of our surfaces that are looking more at a 36 inch before you get to that break, you don't want to be bringing that 36 inches on both sides into your road, because you basically have, depending on the depth, you're going to end up covering your gravel in a lot of loose organic material. So,
And I think my last point, Reeve Clark, so I know you're looking over this way, but
Off the floor.
you should have a buzzer, like 5 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought when I joined council that we were going to actually work with, I don't know the piece of equipment exactly, the Caster had, that Caster really liked and they used on the roads, and they were going to come over and demonstrate it or work with us to help us. I can't remember the story exactly.
so I can speak to that, Mr. Reeve. So it's a capital I, basically a road reclaimer. It's a hydraulic driven piece of equipment that does somewhat the same in essence as what the disc remover or the disc maintenance machine does. It specifically needs hydraulic plumbing to operate it. We have that on one grader. That grader is also specifically plumbed for the capital I roadside mower that we utilize in our roadside shoulder mowing maintenance throughout the county of Stettler. So it leaves us a little bit of which do we want to have first. We got to get the grass mowed before, especially utilizing the capital I gravel retriever. We have to have that grass mowed as short as we can and dispensed down into the ditch so that we can use that gravel retriever without dragging a bunch of organics in. But at the same time, it can't be used at the exact same time because we only have one grader that's plumbed for it.
Is that work better in the fall? I thought I understood at the time.
That has been the approach a lot of the time,
Okay.
is that when it gets a little firmer and there's some
Yeah.
frost into the ground, that you can utilize that machine. We were having some issues, us along with County Wetaskiwin, and there was one other county, sorry, it fails me now, that were having some issues. And Capital I had come out last summer and worked through County Wetaskiwin's. I have been in contact with Capital I. As soon as we get the opportunity to throw that machine on to our grader, we'll be putting it on, and they'll be spending the time diagnosing and making basically the same adjustments that County of Wetaskiwin's machine had done to it.
So should we, I know I said I was just about done, but should we plumb another grader for these fittings, for these pieces of equipment?
We can.
Like, I don't know what the cost is or
Yeah, the
anything.
cost right now to plumb one of the graders is about, it runs $35,000 to $40,000, and because it has a complete separate cooling system that's involved with
Oh,
with it.
we could use the gallons per minute pump on that is good enough to run it.
Yes, like we have the high flow and et cetera, et cetera. However,
So you don't have to add a hydraulic.
Just, but you have to add another wing to your grader, basically.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, that's,
didn't know.
that's, they call part
Yeah.
of the plumbing, but it's part of the mounting system.
So
So that's where a lot of the money is.
so there's that, and then the grader that you would want to get it plumbed into is one that you run on basically maintaining your fleet service for a while. At this point in time, my intention would be is to find a low hour used unit that we would get that incorporated on, so that we're bringing it in, its function is determined, and that grader would have basically utility for a long service life with that piece of equipment on it.
The only other thing I think it's gonna, for the committee of the whole, is if we dropped from 9 grader beats down to 8, that would free up that one piece of equipment. If that would be helpful for trying to get some of this work done on the roads or not.
That decision has to be made at a meeting. So I think before we figure that part out.
No, I'm throwing that out there as a option.
Yeah.
I guess the option, determining which grader beat you're going to reduce
Yeah, that's
and
not
move
another day.
is, yeah, I mean, we'd have to look at it logistically. At the same time, then what we're doing is we're adding duration between each pass that a grader makes on
Yeah.
the road surface, which Mother Nature seems to be doing a hell of a job for that right now.
Thank you. Reeve Clark, I think I'm done.
Okay, well, now we're to Councillor Nyberg, Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Gamble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the disc now, not the reclaimer, but the disc, is it able to be moved onto any grader, or what's the gig with that one?
Yeah, it basically, with a slight adjustment to hose, we can put it on any of our front mounts, pin it in and then plumb it in. So there is a, what would there be, about 40 feet of hosing, hydraulic hosing and stuff that gets plumbed onto the graders. So we have
Okay.
2 graders right now that have been plumbed for that unit.
And so, and I don't know how you do it, but I mean, if, let's say, Councillor Hunter and I have our grader beats, can I take his grader with that disc on it, or do they not like doing that?
We basically, through servicing graders and whatnot, we're moving graders in and out of beats anyways. So through a service program, a grader operator will bring in their grader. It'll be being serviced. They'll have another one that they're utilizing at the same time. That grader that we have that disc on is in the yard.
Okay.
So, I mean, it would be able to be swapped out and worked with over a couple-day period during service intervals.
Oh, good. So I got a couple other things. So secondly, I see that we're packing in with water, which probably we don't need to bring a water truck out right lately. We've got lots of water. Great time to do it. So are we utilizing the packers on the back of the grader, or I know we had tried that for a while, and then I haven't heard much about whether or not the guys have taken to that.
During this road construction or
Or
during
just
regular?
any time, because we talked about them packing some of the roads in, and I can't help but wondering if it's been detrimental in some roads because, Councillor Hunter talked about using that machine out in Castor. I think it works really good on them clay-based roads and clay-based ditches, but I think when you get, like CEO Cassidy said, I've got sand, right? So my roads, like you come out and we throw down and grade it, and we use those rubber packers on the back of our grader. Our roads they're hard rock surfaces, but they get a smidget of rain and it's like the sand castle at the beach. They fall apart. So I'm just wondering if we're utilizing those packers, and have you found that it's been beneficial or detrimental?
We haven't used the Packers in my time at in operations.
Okay.
To this point, no, we haven't used them. So
So the
myself-
packer you're talking about here is a sheep's foot?
correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other one is just, how do we identify, I mean, it can't just be you and Mr. Alberser driving around identifying the water on the roads. Because again, in my area, there has been some areas where the water's on. I drove it yesterday, today it's gone. Unfortunately, I think it's soaked into the road. But if the grader operator goes by there 3 days from now, they won't know that there was water there.
So we had grader operators during the rain event, end of May, beginning of June, come in during one of the days after. It was probably 2 days into that rain on the third day. We had them come in and we sent them out into each of their grader beats. They drove every single road in their grader beats and submitted a map to Mr. Albuser and myself with their highest level of issues and concerns. That map then basically we have in our hands, and we can formulate, okay, these are the top 5, 6 locations in this area, going a mile in each direction. We can let's put that into a list and make sure that we're monitoring and maintaining it, and that would be where we would travel.
So, and again, now, let's say Councillor Hunter and I are running graders and he has to work my area because I go on holidays, like I did. How do I know, or how does he know that I have that issue in my area?
So in regards to where the water's pooling?
Yeah.
So there's not a lot, like basically what we're going to be using with the disc maintainer or whichever is going to be, that's our number one tool to get rid of the water in the area.
Okay.
Because once you remove that lip and you allow that water to move past the edge of the road, it's going to continue on to the ditch. In term, basically solutions is that the grader operators, they know where those locations are within their own beats. Granted, yes, if during holiday stints there is going to be a grader operator that doesn't know. However, that's not specifically his job, is to go in and cut, a little wedge in the grass with his blade to make sure that that water will move in that area when he doesn't know. But that should be something that all the other grader operators, they do know. They have been instructed to make sure that they do this, and they've been shown that this is what we've expected them to do, so that they aren't going in and causing like a large ditch that will be a road concern. It's just merely a cut in the sod and allowing that water to transfer and move away.
And when we had the individual out for the grader guru, I can't remember his name, but he was talking about that, and I remember specifically asking about the lips, and he was saying that, because I asked the same question you did about bringing those lips up onto the road, was that he said you should fill those in. Concaved area, he says, if you fill it in with gravel, it won't hold water, which made some sense. But again, in my area, when you have the sand, it just isn't working. I'm not sure that I don't know, like I would be nice to have him explain to me how it works on different roads.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. If there's rocks in there, you're not going to have water. I get it. But it's just not shedding well.
We need to move part of this to committee of the whole too, not to a council meeting. So we're covering a lot of good points. So you want to close with one, James, or you're good there?
No, I thank you for the information I got. I appreciate it.
Councillor Walker?
I'll bring mine up at the committee of the whole.
Okay. Councillor Gano?
I just wanted to, I think, paraphrase what I've heard here more than anything. For me, the ratepayers have been very respectful. They know it's rained, but they are concerned, and I'm encouraging them to to call it in. Back to what Councillor Nyberg has said, though, if I'm prepared and able to relay to them that we've got a path forward, and I've been talking to lots about this disc and the work that's and I'm sending them out to Tower Road and sending them out to Liberal Road to have a look and let me know, and that relieves that. I think some of their concerns is that if I'm able to tell them that, as Councillor Hunter has said, that we're on the right path here, it kind of calms the temperature a bit. So thanks for all the effort here, and I do think this is an important topic, and if we can leave it every council meeting to have a bit of an update on our most important department, I think that's reasonable. So thank you.
I think it's going to be there now for sure. So Councillor Walker, and then I do have I've got some statements.
I feel for Councillor Nyberg. Our roads are different. I drove that back road that they gravelled, and it needed, like, I was a 4-wheel drive and I had trouble getting through it, which normally you shouldn't go down it, but that's just the way of going to James's place. The weather is really hard on it, and I drove a lot of my stuff where the guys were complaining about when they contact me. They got B trains going down a road when it rains 3 inches. Like, come on. But I went to, it was dry, and I went to Starland, or under Starland Road, and both edges of the ditch are dry. The middle's got water on it. Our grader operators do a good job, is what I'm saying, I guess.
Okay. And I've got just a couple, but and just to touch on, so we can bring it back to the greater beat evaluations. I'm glad to hear that brought up, but I do think you need to maybe set some goals up for each guy on what they expect to achieve by year end or year over year. The ditch reclaimer, more is better. Like, I see 30 miles, and we've got how many miles of road? So I brought this up before. We got to get some other people trained, and that's got to become an expectation, not a rejuvenation project, but get it to a maintenance project, so that every year they may have their 30 miles to do on their own run type of thing. And if this works as good as it is for what they cost, we may have to bring to council that in order to do this, we need to get half our grader fleet, or possibly our grader's going to be equipped with them as part of their day-to-day maintenance, because to keep those shoulders in. Water running over the roads, it's an issue. Councilor Gano just showed me a piece of road too that he looked at. I'd been out today, and Public Works has been out to this section of road, but the water is still flowed enough. Again, it's still flowing over the road. Okay. So we need to replace a culvert, but if we get another 2 to 3 inches of rain, I don't know when we'll be doing that if we can't get ahead of this water. So I don't know if it's a point where you start shutting roads down and basically dig a trench so that the water can drain so you can get your culvert in place. Or at least I do believe, from a liability basis, wherever we have these big pieces of water sitting, we got to start getting some signs up, because not everybody that drives that road's a local and says, yeah, that could be a bad spot coming up. So I think from a liability basis on a road, especially when you got water flowing across it, we have to get signage up. The procedure, we need to get a maintenance procedure or policy in place, as Councillor Gano brought up. But, I know part of it's learning, but as we learn, we need to get that documented. We need to learn from our neighbors. But from driving some of these other municipalities, they need to learn from us too. So I think we got to get some knowledge sharing on, build on best practices.
And we are working on a policy.
Yeah.
We have an existing policy,
Yeah.
but it is light on metrics.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of as required and as necessaries in it.
Yeah.
Right. I think what I would like to see and what we can start to work towards in Cal this year is starting to put in some metrics, like that a shoulder pull will happen on a collector road when the width gets to 10.5 meters kind of thing. Right now, it just says shoulder pulls as required. Right. We need to be able to have a metric so that we're all on the same page for what council's expectations are, because we can't meet your expectations if we don't know what they are.
And the definition, I don't know if it's a shoulder pull or get the bloody grass off the side of the road. It's one or the other. You can call it, we call it all the same thing, but some of it might be light work. It's still holding water on the sides of those roads. So that's part of what we need to get clear language in these. The road rejuvenator is a topic with our mower, I think we're probably gonna have an extended mowing season again, because I did, on my road drive today, the mower is working, and they're, once again, soft shoulders like we had last year. So we're gonna get complaints that we're only cutting 2 to 3 feet of the ditch, but it's cutting that main edge off so that a deer wouldn't maybe pop out as freely on you. And then we had to make the second pass, because if they go too close to the edge, that big grader is just gonna cut ruts. When the road's especially in condition like this. Yeah, as soon as, and so the rejuvenator, I do believe definitely has its place. I think we need to be scheduling that for after we're done mowing, but talking to some of the other areas, they use them in the summer, a lot use them just with your first frost too, because it seems to rip the sod up better at that point. So I do believe, and we'd had that offer from Bryce, that was County of Paint Earth, and it was to go down there. They had, their fellow was retiring that did it for 4 or 5 years, and it was this tips and tidbits. But I do think it would be worth talking to them. Just, they use them, but there were some things that they felt were a lot better. And I think probably as you use the discs and stuff, there's going to be spots where both would shine immensely. And one thing we can't lose track on is our laneways. And the laneways, I believe, is the same as plowing snow. It shouldn't, yes, they're paying, but they're not paying for a $1 million piece of equipment to go up and down that laneway. So I guess we need to get, when they pay, the contract's got to be this is when time allows, or when we're driving by. Basically, I think it needs to be when we're grading past, because in some cases they're off the highways too. But it's a bone of contention to landowners when they can't hardly drive up their road and they see a laneway being done. 19.3, we had a lot more complaints again. We'd made one decision at the council table. We made a second decision at the council table. I think probably put our councilor in a bad spot if he'd talked to the ratepayers on that road in between. But right now, I don't know what the solution is. We can try to pour more oil on, as we decided last time, but it's maybe shedding water, but it's holding that slippery mud or slippery conditions on top, is at least what our ratepayer requests that come in yesterday indicated. So I think some of these recommendations that come forward, we have to, our public works, we need their input. And if they're the ones that we're expecting to fix it, we got to kind of follow what the recommendations are also. So just as we go through our committee of the whole. So on that, I've covered a lot of points, but so did everybody else on this topic. Now we got Councillor Adam.
I was just going to suggest one of the biggest problems is not even, well, obviously getting the job done, but people's frustration is they don't know what's going on. We need to open that line of communication. Even if it's putting up putting up a tentative schedule, because things can change. The weather changes things, or, something has happened, but it's a tentative schedule so that people have a concrete understanding of these are the priorities. This is what we're working on. They can see it, whether they're on the email list, it's on Facebook, or on the website. People calm down when they know what's going on. It's that unknown that makes them very, very frustrated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hunter.
I did have on that 19.3, one of the people that phoned in give me a call, and he did agree. He said that road is it's graded. It's awesome. He has no problem with that road. He has more problem with the young bucks living there, coming over the railroad tracks, and is sliding all over shit, spinning their tires and rutting it up. And he said, the county can't even keep up to that. And he suggested dropping that down to 50 and maybe talk to some of those payers, the guys. If it helps one guy not doing, talk to the workers, can you just behave on the road a little bit? And then another ratepayer that come in about all this washing vehicles. I drove it 4 out of the 5 days. And I wouldn't say I had to do all that mud washing and stuff like that on my truck. But that's all. Said I'd be short.
Yep. long subject on our agenda, but I think it's one of those that if we keep focused as a group, we're gonna get ahead of it. CEO Costi?
Just one comment. If council could, phone in to us or get the ratepayer to phone in and get their complaint on the ratepayer's complaint, because it's such a good way for us to track where the problems are. Because if you get 4 or 5 complaints on the same section of road, you've got a pretty substantial problem. I know ratepayers, like I went to Walmart last night and didn't get out of there for 20 minutes. They want to get you face to face, but if we can get that on the computer, then we have a better shot at keeping track of these things.
I certainly try to direct my people, or if not, I phone it in myself, because that's that, and then I know when something's done with it also. It is a way to track, and it's something I think that's progressed quite well over the years. But is there any other questions, concerns? Okay. Councilor Nyberg, call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Correspondence 9.1 Summer Village of White Sands No Stone Left Alone program, Erskine Cemetery, page 27.
We're just looking for some direction of how council would like to proceed.
I spoke to Leona last night. I had some interest here because the Rotary Club, who I'm president of right now, looks after the one here. So I want in Stettler. So I wanted to understand a little bit about what's happening. And it doesn't say this in the letter, but their current volunteers, Lauren and Kathy, have always done this. There's about 50 crosses. They take them out of the shop at the Summer Village, and they put them out in October. And then the Summer Village of White Sands picks them up at some point and stores them again. So there's no event, but as I understand from Leona, she's thinking that Lauren and Kathy might, it's time to maybe pass this along. And so they're socializing in the community just widely. And that's why we got this note around that maybe there's someone out there that would like to pick this up. And so that's what I found out last night.
And throughout cemeteries, I know Gadsby Amiga Circle Cemetery, they have theirs the third or last Sunday in August. I'm going to get whipped by not knowing that date, but and they do that ceremony at that time, and the biggest part of that was weather compared to Remembrance Day. So that would say that 3 of our cemeteries within the area definitely have that, where the flags are put out on each of the veterans' graves, and they're being recognized at that point. So. But that I don't, we support our cemeteries. Our Rotary's giving the extra support to the town of Stettler, the Stettler area cemetery, because of location. And I think one of our biggest drivers is trying to get as many young, is it grade 6 students, Councilor Gano, or grade 6 students are kind of coordinating this to get involved so they understand what has happened in history. So that. But I think we're seeing pretty good representation. I don't know if Bymore does the same thing, Councilor Walker, or Big Valley does. At Remembrance Day, possibly they might put flags out. I don't know.
Yeah, so it's putting the crosses out. And so Rotary, we have an event that we put them out, and we have an event where it's usually a week before Remembrance Day or right around then. Then we pick them up. But I think more than anything, that the intention, as I understood of writing the letter, was to socialize that would be good. I think they're reaching out to other organizations as well. So,
Councilor Nyberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does bring the fact that I see the 2 summer villages. I don't think either one contribute to our cemeteries. But I do think that's where they go to stay, as it were. That was one of the first contrasts that I noticed, was that they are utilizing ours, which we do put money towards. I'm not necessarily in favor of joining a committee. I think this is a community driven, and anytime that you get that sentence, I'm here with the government and I'm here to help things get in the way of getting real work done. I I'm not in favor of putting any committee together. I think if somebody wanted to on a personal basis help out with that, that's a different story. But I'm not on the favor. And I think Mr. Clark, as somebody that's been on council with me for a number of years, know how I feel about the veterans. My dad was a veteran, but from a different country, of course. But that's another story. Um, so again, like I said, it's um, not something that I would be in favor of forming a committee to work with. Is if somebody wanted to join this committee on a personal basis, that's fair game.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Nyberg. The by Windy and Wolf Hill had, like, they have their, this year they had the 100 year there, or the, yeah, 100 year, and they, memorial, and it was all volunteers, you know, some washed toilets, that'd be me, the rest did other stuff, but it's all volunteer, there's no committee, it's locals.
Councillor Adam?
I was just going to say from the county position, I would say I agree that we don't need to put our 2 cents in as part of a government place of on a committee. However, I don't think it would hurt to endorse it, put a little letter of recognition that this is going on, and say, if they're requesting for anyone wanting to be, officially wanting to be on a volunteer, letting people know about this group. I don't think it would hurt from that position.
Plus, if they have any type of ceremony, such as Mr. Walker said, I know the one at Gadsby, it's all volunteers that set chairs up. Our cemetery is groomed by caretakers that do a wonderful job, that have to haul their lawnmowers back and forth now due to thievery, but which is pathetic. That's how low people get. So but they, if it comes to setting chairs up and the lunch and everything else, it's all been volunteer, and it's been going on in the Gadsby community since after the First World War. So it's lasted anyhow. You're good? Okay. So any other comments? I need somebody to accept for information, or Councillor Adam accepts for information. Call the question, all in favor, and that would be carried. I guess lunch is here. Our next sessions are in camera, so do we want to break early for lunch, and we'll start back here early? So we'll be back here by, say, quarter to 1. That works for everybody. Thank you. item on the agenda is in camera. Do we have to be back on screen first, or we? Okay. Counselor Gano?
I'd move us out of camera, or in camera, sorry.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor?
Carried.
Mr. Chair,
No, we actually have a procedural thing. We have to wait until it warms up here.
Yes, we are good to go.
Are we
Thank you.
good now?
Ready.
Okay, we ran into that recently where we missed part of, okay, go ahead, yes?
apparently you guys are having trouble when I'm not here. Like, I mean, yeah, so smooth that you forgot to get a procedure done, right? Okay. I can see. I better stick around, Mr. Hunter, because you guys are having trouble without me. I'm glad. I'd like to make a motion that we end our agreement with Rail
Ground State Market Solutions.
Ground State Marketing, including the termination of our NDA agreement.
Thank you. Any discussion? If not, we'll vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. Carried. And we have a second motion today.
Andrew, you want that split up, that we're just going to do the dredging?
Certainly, if you can make multiple motions if you want, but you should split them regardless, just because they are separate. items.
So
start with the sludge or desludging and
way I understand you, I'll make a motion to do that, and then we'll leave that to another meeting.
yeah, unless anybody else ends.
Okay, no, and then what James talking about, but the pipeline and that, we don't need nothing for that.
We can do that next meeting, yeah.
We can do that
Well, we
next
don't
meeting.
even need that because we have the grant and that project.
That's right.
Was approved by council, so, yeah.
Okay, I'll make that motion that we go ahead to desludge the Red Willow Lagoon.
And if I could, Mr. Hunter, we'll make to that motion, we'll add to that motion where the funds will come out of. I think it'll come out of the general operating reserve account. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll do it operations or if needed, general operating reserve.
Okay. So anytime we make a large motion like that
I thought you were just going to pay for it.
I would. I was going to cut the check, but it's not in my area. Would help protect the Erskine Lagoon, so I'm up for that.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Aw.
So we have a motion on the table
It's
Uh,
too late.
around Red Willow Lagoon and where the funding was coming from. So that's in front of us. Any more discussion? All in favor? And it's unanimous. Any other items of business today?
Next meeting?
It looks like it's a regular council meeting scheduled for July 8th.
Yeah, I move to adjourn.
Okay. All in favor?